Nochmal mit ganz viel Herz.
Radhe Govinda.
Kannst du mir das denken?
Nee, ich spiele das, ich möchte mal das Satchit Ananda zusammen singen. Das ist die Nummer 358. Aber der Text ist auch nicht so schwer. Wir singen im Call and Response.
Oh, Meister.
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om 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 Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda Satchidananda Guru Satchidananda
Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om Ananda Guru Om Shivananda Guru Om
Satchidananda Guru Jai. Wir singen jetzt, machst du es noch ein bisschen lauter hier, singen jetzt Jaya Shiva Shankara, wenn ihr im Kirtan-Buch schauen wollt, 250.
Man hat gesagt, hier.
Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara
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 Hara Hara Hara Hara Hara Bol Haram
Hara 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 Bol Haram
Hara 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 Bol Haram Shiva, 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 di Sundara.
Shiva, 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 di Sundara.
Hara, 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 di Sundara.
Hara, 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 di Sundara.
Hey, Parameshvara, Dayakaro.
Hey, Parameshvara, Dayakaro.
Hey, Parameshvara, Dayakaro.
Hey, Parameshvara, Dayakaro.
Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara.
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 Hara 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 Bol Hara. Hara 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 Bol Hara. Shiva 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 di Sundara.
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 Hara 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 di Sundara.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro. Hey
Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro. Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara.
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 Hara 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 Bol 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 Hara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
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 Hara 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 di Sundara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Hara 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 di Sundara.
Hara 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 di Sundara.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara.
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 Hara 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 Bol 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 Hara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Hara 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 di Sundara.
Hara 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 di Sundara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Shiva 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 di Sundara.
Hara 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 Parameshvara Dayakaro. Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro. Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara.
Jaya Shiva Shankara Bam Bam Hara Hara.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Hey Parameshvara Dayakaro.
Shiva. Jai Shiva Shankara. Jai Shivananda.
Brauchst du Gitarre? Oder was machst du? Jetzt meins. Boah, danke, ey. Danke. Danke, kannst du mal kurz kommen?
Wir singen die 179 im Kirtan-Heft.
Ach nee.
The one and only Maha-Mantra. Den ersten Teil singen wir zusammen und den zweiten dann wieder im Wechsel. D-Moll, F-Dur, C-Dur und G-Moll.
Capo?
Nee. Oder doch, Capo 1. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jai Shri Krishna Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garatara Shri Vasari Gaura Bhakta Vrinda
Jai Shri Krishna
Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare
Hare Krishna.
Jai Shri Krishna.
Du kannst auch Gitarre spielen, die Akkorde stehen da drauf. So, unser letzter Kirtan, Om Bhagavan, die 354, falls ihr ein Kirtanheft braucht. Om Bhagavan, Shri Bhagavan, Ananda Bhagavan, Shivananda Bhagavan.
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan.
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan.
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan.
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev.
Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan
Om 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 Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Gurudev Sri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan
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 Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Gurudev Shri Gurudev Ananda Gurudev Shivananda Gurudev
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda
Shivananda Bhagavan. Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan.
Om Bhagavan Shri Bhagavan Ananda Bhagavan Shivananda Bhagavan.
Jai Shivananda Bhagavan.
Jai.
Jai. Zugabe, 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 Zugabe. Vielen Dank, Ramani, fürs Organisieren und vielen Dank, Suniti, Gauri, Bhakti, Christo und Franzi.
Und Ananta.
Und Ananta.
Und rein.
Okay, dann schließen wir mit 3-mal Om. Loka samasta Sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta Sukhino bhavantu. Loka samasta Sukhino bhavantu. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Frieden, Frieden, Frieden. Satguru Shivananda Maharaja Ki. Jai. Alle Yoga Vidya Yogis Ki. Jai. Om Namah Shivaya Om. Yoga Vidya Kirtan Family Maharaja Ki. Jai. Danke, Spaß war's.
Working? Working? No, not working yet.
Oh, das tut so gut.
Hello, hello.
Auf, kurz ist
Om. Yes. Okay. Yeah, thank you very much again. That was a pleasure. That was the living proof that Kirtan opens the heart and also activates the sweat pores. And for now, we have a short break of around about 5 minutes, and afterwards, Andre Riel is going to have I promise, a very interesting speech about the connection between Yoga Nidra, the brain, and consciousness. I already had the pleasure to once experience him, and I really promise it's quite interesting, so feel free to join in around about 5 minutes for his speech and presentation. Thank you very much. Bleibt gerne hier für den wunderbaren Vortrag gleich von Andre Riel.
Von Indien heute, gell? So mit der heißen Puja. Ich weiß nicht genau. Voll Spaß. Indisch ist immer so ein bisschen überhaupt sein. Das heißt,
Ihr könnt auch gerne noch helfen, die Mikrofone abzubauen. Ja, gerne. Bist du eigentlich cool hier oder bist du manchmal da?
Wer von euch noch Übersetzung braucht, kann gerne nach vorne kommen. Hier haben wir die entsprechenden Geräte, Kopfhörer und so weiter. Ne? Dann statten wir euch schon mal aus.
So improve the insight of illness, and I studied mainly the neural correlates of consciousness. So the neural correlates of meditation is for us very important because the study of it can shed light on the neurophysiological mechanism behind meditation. So in other words, why meditation works, why it has beneficial healing effects. This is the first subject 1. This is basically one of your brain. In this line, you can see your brain before the Nidra session. So it was before and after the day. And so this line is the post condition of the Nidra. And the last line is the difference, the mathematical difference between the signal in the brain here,
Yeah, exactly. But I think it's just a quick visit. Om Namah Shivaya, dear yoginis and yogis, welcome to the speech, to the presentation of André Riel. He's really a living expert of Nidra Yogi, which examines basically the connection between brain consciousness and this particular technique. He practices already for 60 years, can you imagine? And since already 20 years he's teaching this particular technique, Nidra Yogi, and also he's basically traveling around the world, visiting different countries and sharing his knowledge. And I promise it will be pretty interesting. So with a warm applause, please welcome André Riel. Thank you very much.
but it was a personal codification. What I'm going to talk about is not Yoga Nidra, it's called Nidra Yoga. You know, in all those different yogas, the way they are written is always Hatha Yoga, Bhakti Yoga, Nidra Yoga is the same. And Yoga Nidra is the name of a goddess, and from the family of Brahman. And I don't know why this Swami called his system Yoga Nidra, and everyone thought that Nidra was that, but it isn't at all. Of course, like in all practice that are called Hatha Yoga, you find several similarities. Some asanas are the same. But, for example, I studied Hatha Yoga in the Nat tradition. The asanas are the same, there are only 12, but the way to practice them has nothing to do with anything else. So there is a lot of confusion regarding yoga because of the words. So here, it is about Nidra Yoga. So I told the other day, there are several meanings to this word. The oldest meaning is going through darkness, darkness being ourselves. Another meaning is budding, you know, in springtime when trees are budding. And the idea is that from outside you don't see anything, and then inside the tree something cracks. Imagine that you have a kind of smallpox every spring. And the meaning is this force that is coming out of nowhere, and all the branches crack. Then there will be leaves, then there will be flowers, then there will be fruits. In the fruits there will be seeds. And if we let the nature going by itself, seeds will give a new forest. So this is another idea of Nidra, another meaning, sorry. The third meaning is what Patanjali called Samadhi. It has the same meaning. It's a state of awakening. And the very last meaning, which is the youngest one, means to sleep. So the idea of sleeping comes from the previous definition. You know, in yoga we take Shiva as a symbol. There is no funny guy with blue skin and snakes around his neck somewhere in the universe. Not just representation, but it goes back to very old religion before Hinduism that was called Shivaism. Sometimes it was called archaic Shivaism. So it is the idea that there is a state which prevails everywhere, and from that state everything in life comes from it. So Nidra means that state. And we don't know, you know, languages evolve, even if some dreamers think that Sanskrit didn't evolve. This is wrong. Sanskrit evolved. And so the idea of sleeping came from the understanding of that stage or that state from which everything merges. Like when we sleep, you might have noticed at a certain moment we wake up. And there is a movement in between the sleeping state and the waking state. But most of the time, we're not aware of it. There is also a movement from waking to sleeping. Most of the time we are not aware of it. So trying to develop that quality of perception has to do with Nidra Yoga. The second thing is, you all know that yoga has quite many definitions. In the Gita there are about 17. Yoga Sutra there's only one. And everyone agrees on the Yoga Sutra definition, which is the state of unity, yoga, appears when the mind is quiet. I won't go into detail because that will really require a long lecture. Long means probably several years to understand what it means. There are many shortcuts about this. So, when there is a word before yoga, it means the practical aspect for trying to come closer to that state of unity. So in Nidra, as it means going through darkness, which means the content of our consciousness. Here again, we have troubles with words, with thoughts, consciousness, awareness, mind. This also will need long study for being clear about what we are talking about. So, visiting the content of our consciousness, which is full of confusion. And by the only fact of visiting it, it becomes a little clearer. And at one time, which we never know when, in the process of becoming a little clearer, there is a possibility to touch clarity. Because cleansing the whole consciousness, which is the story of all mankind, cleansing the whole of it, doesn't look to be very serious. But moving into the cleansing process, and from time to time learning to stay with that state of clarity, this is possible. So, because Nidra Yoga wasn't known at all, it was taught into the ascetic world where I come from. And when I was younger, I tried to take it out. Well, I didn't try it. I was taught to do that. And to make it understandable today needed to go through a kind of transformation of the teaching themselves without betraying them. And after years and years and years of teaching, I thought that maybe there is a possibility to see a change into some areas of the brain. So we went to a research that lasted 6 years with several students on their brain into the Nidra practice. It's been very difficult. I hope at the beginning that it will be simple, but it's very difficult to measure a change in the brain that is linked to an exercise, because the machinery is very rational. You know, EEG machinery, we work with 126 electrodes on the head. At first, we had planned having 352. We couldn't get the machinery; it was too expensive, and there are very, very few in the world. So this machinery gives less than 1/100th of a second what's going on inside the brain. So it's very difficult. Please switch off this light. Switch it off. Hello.
You like questions?
And maybe, I don't know. So those machines are very, very, very precise. And you know, when you are into an exercise led by somebody else, that's one thing we measured. Students completely lost notion of time. So it's very difficult to compare a subjective experience to an objective machinery. We still have another study to do with functional MRI, but there are very big technical difficulties. And the other point was, if it's possible to measure what's going on in the brain with such a practice, because that nidra is really, it's kind of extraordinary results for hundreds of people who have studied all over the world. I'm still, sometimes I don't believe it. So it was, is it possible to make a link in between something which is traditional, which has a particular language, Sanskrit, which has very strange definitions of understanding, with science, which is very strict and which is of today? We are still into that research. So I'm going to show you first a video which is from one of the scientists that I worked with. We worked with 3 of them. And then I will talk about result. Then we'll have another video about a student. Can you please? It is the last one, huh? Yeah. They are about 5 minutes each. But we don't have sound again. It's in English with a French subtitle, but they have trouble with the sound at the beginning. Work. You see what it is? Technical things.
So my interest in consciousness started at the university. I found out that it is possible to objectively and scientifically study consciousness, not only consciousness itself from a philosophical and psychological point of view, but also from a neuroscientific point of view. And it is very, very interesting and fascinating today.
If you stay here, it's
What we are doing here is to study psychophysiology of the Nidra Yoga. During a retreat on these 6 students of Nidra Yoga, which have a lot of experience, of years of experience in this technique, and we measure their brain activity, basically, the electrical activity of the cerebral cortex. This is at the first research regarding the neurophysiological basis of Nidra. As a psychologist, the final objective of this research, but also of my research group at the University of Pisa, led by Professor Gemignani is the application in a clinical context of these techniques. So we try to integrate the subjective level using psychometric questionnaires, in particular retrospective questionnaires regarding the state of consciousness, but also the EEG analysis.
There are many conditions like psychosis, schizophrenia, or other kind of clinical condition in which the people hasn't the insight of his illness. They don't know that are schizophrenia, that are psychosis, and the meditation can act on the same network, cerebral network of insight, and can improve this network, and so improve the insight of illness.
And I studied mainly the neural correlates of consciousness. So the neural correlates of meditation is for us very important, because the study of it can shed light on the neurophysiological mechanism behind meditation. So in other words, why meditation works, why it has beneficial healing effects. So this is the first subject 1. This is basically one of your brain. In this line, you can see your brain before the Nidra session. So it was before and after the day. And so this line is the post condition of the Nidra. And the last line is the difference, the mathematical difference between the signal in the brain here minus the signal in the brain here. I think that there are states of consciousness that are basically healing. So if we find out how can we induce these states of consciousness into patients, they can explore their self, can find in their self answers to their problems, for example, and to apply Nidra states of consciousness, for example, to a psychotherapy. For me, it will be very useful. But first of all, we need to discover, to explore and discover why Nidra can work at the, for example, at the neurophysiological level.
You can't stop it. So this is the point of view of scientists looking for results. The study went on 6 years with different students. Many of them were what we say practitioners. We call them Nidra Yogi. And this study was done during a full week in my place, and the results were quite strange. It took about 1.5 years to analyze all the results. We had thousands and thousands and thousands of datas, information datas, huh? Is that right? So this thing that you kind of net that you see on the head is 126 electrodes, and you have to know that in this Nidra practice, we work very deeply inside the brain, and these 126 electrodes are not powerful enough to go deeper enough. We work in about 6 to 7 centimeters inside the brain, and this machinery doesn't go further than 3 centimeters. That's why I hoped to have this 352 electrodes machinery, but we didn't have it. And with the MRI, functional MRI, that would be much, much easier. But here, as I told you before, there are very big technical difficulties for this. So I will roughly give you the results, let's call them. I wrote a few of them, there are some others, but the main importance, we discovered that people are going through the sensation of a body expansion up to a stage where there's no more body. So I don't want to play with words, but it also meant that there is a state where there is nobody. The losing the perception of the body dimensions, that's one thing. But when this happens, people lose the sensation of being somebody special. And that couldn't be measured, of course. This is what I was telling you, the difference in between very objective measurement from machinery and the subjective perception of someone. So, with this loss of the physical boundaries, it is one of the possible understanding of what we call samadhi. That is, losing the definition of yourself, physically and also psychologically. But you know, it might sound very proud to say that this is this. Because in the yoga community, it is quite rare when you come to talking about those states. It is very rare that somebody says, yes, it's a reality. Or they all say, maybe it will happen. Many years ago we heard, it's only for Indians. But I can tell you, I taught in India, there's no difference at all. Another thing that increased a lot was sensation of sacredness. So here again, we have to be careful with words. But what was felt is kind of feeling that everything is holy, because any single aspect of life is kind of embedded into that holiness, into that sacredness. So, of course, once again, measuring this was done, but we still have this problem, comparing objectivity of the machinery and subjectivity of perception. Another point was the feeling of being extremely alive, strongly alive. And when we take this definition like Satchitananda, Chit has to do with this. You know, Sat means being. Chit has to do with consciousness, and Ananda with jubilation or happiness or joy. So, in that Chit, what means is you feel so strongly alive, up to the perception that you are the life itself. And that could be measured. I will show you the measurement right after. We have a scale. Yeah, and last thing was the being very happy. So, which has to do with Ananda. So in fact, it seems, because we have to be very humble with all those things when we talk about it, it seems that the 3 points, Sat, Chit, Ananda, are met into those states. Once again, some of those students have 20 years of practice. We didn't work with, let's say, beginners. And 20 years means for many of them several hours per day. And also, we could measure a few things that decreased. There are others, but talking about the whole of it will take 2 hours about. So what decreased was the rational thinking. So we have to be careful with this, because in yoga we have the tendency to say that the rational thinking is a problem. I don't agree with this at all. Rational thinking is a must. It is the most pinpoint possibility of mankind. But the thing is, we don't use it carefully. We use it stupidly very often. And the rational thinking is an extraordinary tool for inquiring into the meaning of our life. But most of the time, when we start talking about that, after a few minutes, somebody says a joke, or we talk about something else. Or we say, well, you're too intellectual. And for me, this is a big, 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 big mistake. We have to use the rational thinking. Now, when I say that it decreased, what decreased was the tendency to lose the capacity of going deep into the thinking. That was lost. That is, those activities where you go inside ideas, or you make jokes, or this completely disappears. And this is what we mean by decreasing of rational thinking. Something that decreased very much is the emotion of fear. There is a strong feeling of security, which is not coming from any source, not coming from any root. Just the deep feeling of security comes, and fear dissolves, disappears. What also decreased was the sense of time. I told you before. Some of those practice, most of the time they last 2.5 hours. So almost nobody has the perception that it lasted 2.5 hours. Nobody knows how long it lasted. The perception of time disappears. So here again, we put the question, does it mean that people are in what we call the nowness, because there's no time? And you know, it's very difficult to say, because words do betray all the time what we try to explain when we come to those states. But there is no sensation of duration. And the last thing is, that decreased a lot, were the memory impact. You might have noticed that when you are chit-chatting with someone, we are very much referring to the past, always. And when we have this thought, thinking going on, it's always, well, sometimes we think about future, but it's mainly the past. That is the memory, which, what you know in Sanskrit is called vasanas and samskaras. which are, I have to do short. So, losing the impact of the past, which is again bringing back to the now. So these are the things we measured. Of course, we measured the brain waves. So I don't know if you're familiar with them, but alpha and beta waves increased. Can you put the thing in between? Yeah, these are the results. And can you go down? Yeah. Oh, thank you. Okay. So, as you saw in the movie, in the video, on the right side, these are the photos taken of the brain, the different brain waves before Nidra, then after, and then in between. The difference in between these two. So what we noticed was an increase of alpha and beta waves. Alpha waves are what we call relaxation. In Nidra we call it sitilikarana. And beta is the ordinary waking state. So this is very strange, because beta is operating mainly in the state that you are now, and alpha when sleeping comes. So both of them increase. In the ordinary understanding that we have, there is a big difference in between the waking state and the sleeping state. So what we measured was that they both increased, which means when we ask the students, they are not able to say if they have been in the waking or in the sleeping for 2.5 hours. They don't know. They're in between all the time. And this is precisely what has been called the Nidra state, the first level. There are 4 levels. Let's say that in the waking state, the understanding that we have of the Nidra cannot go further than 4 states. Now, in this in-between, there are 14 states that can be perceived. I won't go into this today. Then what we measure was also an increasing of the theta waves. Theta, here again, theta are the waves that are coming when you start falling asleep. So here again, this is strange because simultaneously we have an increasing of the waking state, of the sleeping, which means dreaming, and then the process of going to sleep, of falling asleep. And in our ordinary understanding, once again, the understanding that we have in the waking state, all these states cannot be together. But what we measure was there were 3 of them were together. Then also the increasing of the gamma state, gamma waves. Gamma waves is what we call intuition, or extra perception, extra sensitivity. You know, when you have psychic experiences. And into that state, the result of gamma state is that you become very creative, which is what happened with many students after studying quite a long time, which means several years. Many of them have started a very creative activity. And I'm very surprised about this. And the last thing is the delta. So delta are the brain waves when we are unconscious. That can be measured in deep sleep. and there was no change. So there is no change into what we call the unconscious state. I'm going to show you another video from a student, and this one had a lot of difficulty in going into that practice. I think he's 10 to 12 years now studying this. And I told well, he was with us. So I told the other student, when this one had the helmet, I told the other students, whenever you feel your mind is moving, changing, when your brain state changes or your mind state changes, just throw him the sensation that you have. And they did it. So, and I know him well. He has become very creative. Is well known now all over Europe. I'll tell you his story later. And well, I can tell you now. He goes with a friend, totally naked, with a very strange goal. One of the goals, for example, was to have a cup of tea with the King of Belgium. And they are successful all the time. And that goes on French television. They have become very famous now. And that's creativity. So this one has a lot of difficulty to go into the Nidra state. So I told the other students, whenever it comes to you, send it to him. He had his session with the EEG, and at the end, the two scientists came to him. He was sitting on a chair, and they dare not taking the helmet off because he seemed to be so, we don't know, let's say far. And it took a long time for him to come back. And then on the next evening, we already looked at the machinery results, and both scientists came to me and they said, wow, this one is going very deep. And I said, well, look, this one has never been able to do that. But I told the 5 others to send him. And the scientists said, we cannot take this in account because you didn't tell us before. And I reply them, I say, I didn't tell you because you were in the room and I was sure that if I had told you, it wouldn't happen because of your way of thinking. Then it was a big question for them. You know what? They became students. And they said, we want to try this. So we have an interview of Nels now, which is the student who apparently couldn't do anything.
J'avais déjà entendu parler des ondes alpha, des ondes bêta, des ondes θ, mais c'était un peu confus en moi. J'avais jamais mis en parallèle un ressenti subjectif et puis une valeur objective, c'était la première fois. Et puis là, en voyant, tu vois, de mes propres yeux l'électroencéphalogramme, les résultats sur l'écran, de faire directement le lien entre le casque qu'il y a sur ma tête et puis les diagrammes qu'il y a sur l'écran, je dis ah ouais, ça me permettait en fait de voir concrètement ce que je pouvais ressentir. Parce que c'est facile de voir quand le corps s'apaise, mais quand la pensée s'apaise, c'est moins mesurable. Là, je pouvais le voir sur un écran et ça m'a beaucoup aidé. Ça permet de parler un langage universel.
Progressivement, essayez d'utiliser toute la capacité pulmonaire. Allongez bien la respiration. N'économisez pas le souffle. Vous allez à présent prolonger les temps d'arrêt, mon plein comme mon vide.
Et le nidra, pour moi, ça m'a aussi apporté la rencontre avec moi-même, le miroir que le nidra offre sur moi-même. Il y a des moments où c'était pas beau à voir, quoi. J'ai l'impression de rencontrer toute ma nullité, tout mon chaos intérieur, ma dispersion. C'est pas toujours confortable, quoi. Et je crois pas que ça a l'être, en fait. Parce qu'au fur et à mesure du cheminement, il y a quelque chose qui devient plus précieux encore que le confort, c'est une recherche de vérité. Une fois que ce mouvement se révèle à soi, ce mystère à l'intérieur de toute chose, ben, il y a la possibilité de faire confiance à ce mouvement-là, de faire confiance à cet ordre de nous, le mouvement qui organise le vivant, en fait. Parce que tant que je fais pas confiance à ce mouvement-là, c'est moi le maître du bateau, j'ai beaucoup de charges sur mes épaules, quoi. C'est énormément de responsabilité d'être le maître du monde, quoi. Et le nidra me permet, dans certains moments, quoi, de me reposer profondément, voilà, de faire confiance. Il y a quelque chose qui prend soin et qui sait parfaitement ce qu'il fait. Et ça, c'est plus que du repos, c'est le bonheur. C'est le bonheur.
So, this research has been published. You know, in the world there are about 200 scientific public journals which are, let's say, granted for being serious, let's say. So it took us a long time to be published, because when you want to publish such a paper, you have a committee who goes reading it very tightly, and you have many questions to answer. So anyway, it has been published, and I forgot the name of the journal. Yeah, I have it. It's the among those journals, there is one about yoga therapy. It's in the United States, and I knew the director, so I asked him, because when you want to publish in that kind of newspaper, it's very expensive, several thousand euros all the time, and we had no money. So you can find it in it is called International Journal of Yoga Therapy, number 31. It was published in 2021. Now, yeah, I know it's time. And once again, the goal at the beginning was to make the world, or at least the yoga community, know about this and stopping confusing or mixing it up with what is called Yoga Nidra. It's not so easy to spread the news. There's a lot of obstacles. And one person who very much helped me for this was the Dalai Lama. When I met him in a congress in Italy, he really pushed the the researchers, the scientists to go on because they wanted to stop. We had a second step to do, but it is so costly, very costly. It's about 80,000 euros per day. It's a lot of money. So I don't know if we'll be able to go deeper. Because of the COVID, of course, everything stopped. That's where we are. That's what we've done. And for you to have an idea, the first, let's say, level of studying takes 5 years for a student. So we have started 5 years training. So of course it is not to be confused or mixed up with relaxation, as it is called Yoga Nidra. I stop here because there's somebody else after. If I think the man who wanted to put question is gone, so we're going to have a meeting tomorrow at 8:15 for 45 minutes for just talking about what is whatever you want. Thank you.
Big applause. Thank you very much, Andre. Thank you. Yeah, that was quite fascinating. Thank you. The continuous program, 2 different options we got. Here we're going to have a lecture regarding a discussion, a seeker's discussion basically, regarding duality and non-duality. So we dive deep into the Vedanta philosophy with the Chandra Cohen, and also the possibility in starting in around about 2 minutes in the Subramanya Hall, a voice training with Hagit Noam. So feel free to join where you would like to participate. And yeah, a short break of 5 minutes here. Oh, I just heard that maybe it's cancelled, the voice training in... I don't know. Sorry? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I leave at 11, something like that. Thank you for your help.
So, also anscheinend, okay, probably, maybe the voice training is cancelled. Das Stimmtraining ist vielleicht gecancelt, wir wissen es nicht ganz genau, aber so ist die Tendenz gerade, nur dass ihr es wisst.
So, you go to Sukadev and you tell him, we told him last November, I was here in November, that, yeah, of course, but you have to push him, because I live, I'm traveling a lot, but my house lives in south of France. If you wish, well, since the beginning of the COVID, we have started online classes, which to my very big surprise are, it's very strange. It's very, very efficient. And, but all of them are in French for now. And, okay. And then we are thinking to do a program in English, probably next year if there are enough people. So, yes, the other option is to, you write your email on a piece of paper and I'll give it to the secretary. But if you look for my name, you find well, yes.
Can you all move up a bit, please? And maybe, can you open this door? Get some more air in here. Yeah. Bhavatu sahano punaktu saviryam karavavahai tejasvinavati tamastu ma vidvashavahai. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Om Frieden Frieden. So this is the Yoga Summit, and we've been having talks here for 4 or 5 days. And I come here kind of through the back door, you know. I'm conducting yoga teacher training courses starting tomorrow on Vedanta. And they said, well, you're coming anyway, why don't you just come early and you can give some talks. And so somehow we're going to talk about non-duality and duality, about yoga and Vedanta. Oftentimes, the two darshanas, the two visions, are conjoined. There's the Shivananda Yoga Vedanta centers worldwide that I had belonged to for decades. And if you go online, you'll see always there's yoga and Vedanta. Although the two share lots of similarities, they are very much distinct and on lots of levels. And I don't want to discourage any of you great yogis here by telling you, by arguing the differences. Instead, we'll see if we can find similarities and discuss them to some degree. But it's necessary to distinguish in general how they are different. And certainly the major difference is that yoga and its fundamental support, Sankhya, are very much dualistic. It means that on a very common sense level, there's consciousness and there's matter. The two are very much distinguished. Matter is unconscious. There's no intelligence to this microphone, to the carpet, to your bottle of water. There's no consciousness there. Yet there is consciousness in our minds. We are conscious now. If I keep talking, that may not continue, but for right now, there's most likely consciousness. In Sankhya and Yoga, Consciousness is called Purusha, the person, the supreme person. Purusha is person, and Prakriti, which is nature. In Vedanta, there's non-duality. There is just consciousness. What we call matter, what we call Prakriti, is an error, is a mistake, is an illusion of observation, is just something that appears to be. Like what? Like dream. There's the commonalities, the comparisons between waking and dream are discussed at length in Vedanta. We needn't get into that right now. But in Vedanta, there's non-duality. There is just consciousness. And if you have trouble getting that into your mind, just imagine dream. In dream, there appears to be interaction. There appears to be fear in a nightmare. There appears to be movement. There appears to be change. There appears to be something that's other than the one that's observing the phenomena. But really in dream, there's just consciousness. That's all there is. It's the whole entire dream is just you. That's the only reality to dream. We transpose that to waking with rational arguments. Just as my predecessor, Mr. Ruhl, is that who you say, Ruhl? Not even close, okay. We use rationality. And that's where the commonality between these two distinct visions conjoin. Discrimination is the very heart of Vedanta, is the very heart of non-dual Vedanta. It's distinguishing what exists and what doesn't exist. It's distinguishing the real from the unreal, the self from the non-self, the eternal from the transient. In Sankhya Yoga, it is the same. Discrimination, viveka khyati, is throughout Patanjali Sutras. Each chapter has viveka khyati. In some places, it seems as if the goal of Patanjali is this viveka. And how that viveka plays into the ultimate vision of yoga and Sankhya is a deeper question that we'll just scratch upon here. The two systems believe that there is a superimposition. The superimposed upon myself as conscious is myself as matter. Both of them agree to that. And this superimposition is what both systems call ignorance, avidya. And this avidya is the root of all of our tribulations, all of our problems, from the pain that we suffer in life to death itself, is all attributed to this ignorance. And we'll describe, as I go on, we'll show you in no uncertain terms how these two conjoin and create this problem. Both accept that discrimination is able to remedy this superimposition that's caused by ignorance. It's the ignorance because we don't discriminate. Indiscrimination is the cause of the problem. And both accept what we call pramana. Pramana is the means of knowledge. Your eyes see, and there's no question. The eyes are a pramana for seeing objects. The ears are a pramana for hearing things. These operate independent of will. You have no choice but to hear. No, wait. No choice. Nothing you can do. If your ears are working, you'll hear that. Pramana is what determines knowledge. Pramana is what enables us to discriminate. There are different pramanas that work in different systems, but the main ones are perception, just like you heard my hands clap. That's the pramana. And the other one is inference. Both of them accept both perception, pratyaksha, and anumana, inference. And there are definite rules that operate with these pramanas. So if we can understand, if we can apply inference, if we can apply reason that does not violate what we see, what we perceive, we can understand something that exists. An example is we'll see the sun go from horizon to horizon. That's a perception. In olden days, there was no argument. The sun is moving. Inference applied told us, no, the sun is not moving. It's the earth that's revolving, making the sun appear. Inference trumped this perception, and it gave us the discrimination that eradicated a mistake, that eradicated the illusion, that eradicated the indiscrimination. If we just relied on what we see, we'd make a mistake. That happens all the time. A classic example in Vedanta, not really utilized in yoga, is the snake and the rope. You're walking down a path at night and you see an object and you take it to be a snake. You react to it with horripilation. You're afraid of snakes. You won't proceed on your path. Somebody comes with a light, they shine the light on it and say, oh, that's not a snake, it's a rope. It's a harmless rope. There never was a snake. It appeared there, you reacted to it, you've made your decisions on account of it. Inference and reason applied, discrimination allowed you to discriminate, and you got by. In Sankhya Yoga, you use this discrimination to make a change. The change is that you accept the world as real. The world is an absolute reality. Purusha also in Yoga Vedanta is an absolute reality. But in Yoga and Vedanta, you want to withdraw the Purusha from Prakriti. Kaivalya is isolation. All your meditation is pulling the Purusha from Prakriti. You sit there, you quiet your mind, you control the mind, you still the mind, and a still mind is free from materialism. Over practice, over time, samadhi comes, and this is the goal of yoga, of Patanjali. It is not the goal of Sankhya. Sankhya objects to action. This is action. Yoga is action-based, as you all know. It's practice. Sankhya, along with Vedanta, objects to action on various bases. I have it written here. If I can find it, I will. Otherwise, we're stuck with my memory. Action involves change. If something changes, it's temporary. Something doesn't come into being and then stay into being. Something that changes, something that comes into being will go out of being. If you've all practiced and you know your practice, you know the weaknesses that come up in your practice. You can be sitting for years and something will come up and distract you. Something will happen and you lose all of your practice. You can start again and you can get stronger in it, but the nature of all practice is change. One of the objections. It's not eternal. It has a beginning and an end. Whereas knowledge, something that we know is true to the object. If we know that rope, it's there. It's true. Our knowledge is only as true as the object itself. A basic distinction between Vedanta and yoga. What I want to speak about here, however, the main topic that I want to cover here is exactly what this discrimination is in both systems. And that is the Purusha and Prakriti that are conjoined. That's the superimposition. What does that mean? It means that we take ourselves to be matter. We take consciousness to be matter. What is the matter we take ourselves to be? This body. We think we are this body. We reduce consciousness to the changes of matter, to the limitations of matter. And it's not, what is this body? This body is just made up of food, is it not? Is there anything else in this body but food? I mean, water and air, I suppose, but it's still just matter. All you are, vegan bodies here. For the last week you've been here, you're vegans. This body is vegan. You're not food, you're conscious. Think about it. The body is constantly changing. Everything in life changes. We think we change with it. And it's not so. There are 4 different aspects that we denote in our way of understanding ourselves. Guna, Kriya, Sambandha, and Jati. Guna is quality. When we're in a good mood, we feel good. If the body is healthy, if you've done your yoga, after your yoga class, you feel blissful, don't you? That's the guna. That's a change of mental attitude. It's not just, let me backtrack here. It's not just the body that's food, but it's the mind. Your mind itself is just matter. It's changing. It's only a function of food. There's nothing else there. It's brain. The brain waves is just matter, isn't it? You're looking at me now. Those are photons of light, material photons of light that come into your eyes. And from your eyes, they're converted somehow to electrical impulses that feed your brain. The electrical impulses, the nerves, the light that comes in, it's all matter. And we are conscious of it. Those are conscious. That's the conjoining. We think that our thoughts are ourselves, and they're not. You finish your yoga class, you feel blissful, the mind is at peace, and then all of a sudden you go out and your husband or your wife says something stupid and your bliss is destroyed. And you think that you've lost your bliss. But you stay the same. It's not fragmented. Life is completely fragmented. You're not fragmented. You're aware of all these changes. You are conscious. Consciousness doesn't change. As long as you are aware, you are conscious. You're the subject of all phenomena. When you go to sleep, you think there's no consciousness, but there's no knowing that you're asleep. Same thing with death. It's only that we're alive and aware, that we're a subjective understanding that we exist, that we know our existence. If we're not this subject, if we're not subjectively aware, we don't know it. So, we won't know that we're dead. There won't be pain in death. We're afraid of oblivion. Oblivion is just a concept. I'm jumping all over the place here. A lot to say is what it is. It's there's a lot of ideas here. So change, we change. The gunas change. Action. We walk, we run. We think we're walking, we think we're running. The consciousness does not change. Relationship. I'm a father, I'm a son. I'm different when I'm a father, I'm different when I'm a son, but truthfully, independent of those relationships, I'm just consciousness. These are the ideas that discriminate. It's this indiscrimination that's the cause of ignorance. This is the discrimination that both systems have in common. Is this clear so far? Am I making sense to you all? Just think of it. Life seems so fragmented by all of these four qualities: action and relationship and quality and birth. Birth is another one. We'll tell you in a second. All of these things constantly change. Life just seems so fragmented. Here you're sitting at Yoga Vidya. You'll go home, and you think that you've changed. You think that everything has changed, but it hasn't, has it? It's indiscriminative. You have not changed. The qualities of you are changed. The qualities that appear to be you has changed, but that's not you. Jati is how you're born. If I speak to any of you, you'll say, yes, I'm a male. Yes, I'm German. Yes, I'm tall. Yes, I'm old. Yes, I'm frail and weak. Yes, I'm strong and vital. Those are attributes of the body, they're attributes of the mind, they're attributes of your relationship, but they are not attributes of your consciousness. When these two combine, it's called ignorance. And that ignorance is the source of all of your pain. When you get old, you're fearful of getting old. You're not getting old. Your consciousness is just as it was when you were a young person. It's only when you identify, only when you think that you're getting old. And it's not just how we take the body, but we're conscious of the environment that the body is in, time, space, and causation. All of these are just concepts in a mind that's just matter. Your consciousness, these things depend upon you as consciousness for their existence. Your existence does not depend upon time and space, unless you take yourself to be a body, which is in time and space, which is of the same realm. Consciousness is not. Patanjali says that it's meditation, it's the control of mind that will alleviate this superimposition. I hope you follow this superimposition. This is core. This isn't just philosophy. This is explaining existence. If you want to know Patanjali, if you want to know yoga, you need to know about this superimposition thoroughly, clearly. It has to be your abiding understanding to life. What yoga does is it believes that through action, you can pull that consciousness away from this superimposition. Vedanta says all you have to do is just understand that you are not that. Nothing changes. What you take yourself to be is not who you are. Just imagine again in a dream, just for Vedanta. In a dream, you understand that this is a dream. You no longer does the nightmare affect you. There's an interaction, there's a running away from the tiger that's in the dream. That's not you. When you wake up, you're aware of it, you're free of it, because it's knowledge. So time, space, and causation are all a product of mind. How is that possible? Before, there was a gentleman up here speaking about Nidra, Yoga Nidra. At the time, he was showing a video. You were attending to that. Where does that exist now? It's a thought, it's a memory, isn't it? It's gone, it's just an idea. In a few minutes I'll be finished and you guys will go do some yoga. That's the future, is a thought in your mind. Right now, this consciousness, right now what's happening, my words right now, the translator right now, the humidity in the air right now that you're feeling. It's a product of time. It's just that one moment that you're feeling, you can't hold on to it. The words that I just spoke a moment ago are gone, aren't they? They're just a thought of a memory, some sort of phantom in your mind, yes? So what is this moment? What is this one time, this moment now that exists? The only thing that exists is this one conscious moment. And even to call it a moment is a product of time. It's a way of understanding. It's a way of dividing life. It's not real. It's just a concept. Consciousness is the only thing that's real. This consciousness right now is the only thing that exists. In a moment, I'll be off the stage, and I'll be a memory in your mind. Thank God, that's all I will be. Imagine. Space, too. What is space defined by? The body. You're sitting out there, I'm here. The body is just food that we eat. It's just this vegan body that I'm talking about. It's not who I am. But I define myself by this superimposed idea that I'm a body. And yet, the reality of who I am is this consciousness, all of my thoughts, everything that I reflect on, the mind. But the mind itself is just food. It's just matter. Superimposition. Yoga seeks to control the mind and pull out. We said that. Pull away from this superimposition. Vedanta wishes you to understand, wishes you to get rid of the idea that just simply through understanding, well, not simply through understanding, through teachings and the text and removing the error. If you can get rid of this idea of you as a body, as you as food that you're eating, it'll be consciousness. Get rid of the idea that this changing mind is who you are, all the qualities of mind are who you are, then you're free of them, aren't you? If you're not the body, you don't die. I read a great article just before. Sam Harris, you know Sam Harris? Some great podcaster, English podcaster, brought to our attention. Death is not what we think it is. We're afraid of going into oblivion in death. We're afraid that death is just a void. But to whom is it a void? It's a void to the subject who takes himself to be a subject. Right now, you're conscious of what's going on. When you go to sleep, you're not conscious. When you wake up, you think of an absence of subjectivity. But that's not right because the subject is not aware of the absence. I think we're being usurped here. The subject is not aware of absence. He's only aware now that he had an idea that I was absent. It's just an idea. The same thing will happen in death. Death is not real to us now. It's never experienced by us. And in death, we won't be experienced. And what's to be afraid? What do we think? And what we do is we superimpose upon death all sorts of things, don't we? Great fears, great avoidance. Heaven and hell, my God, void. What is this? Is this a sign to keep my mouth shut here, to quit? No. Please lower it. It's hot enough, if you would, just a little bit. Okay, I'm going to end it here. I'm a little dissipated anyway in the talk. Please forgive me. I hope something out of what I said made sense, and you'll be able to think about what your yoga is. It's not just about practice. Please get that out of your head. If you think that yoga is just about practice, you're in for a sad awakening. Because if you master your yoga, what happens? I'm a master of yoga, aren't I? The rest of you are not quite up to my standard. If you've done a lot of practice, you know what that feels like. Yeah? And even when you practice, what's going to happen? I was a great yogi. For 20 years, I was a super yogi. I was really devoted. I practiced 6 hours a day, pranayama and meditation and pujas and stuff. And then what happened? I met a wonderful, pretty woman, and everything is over. Had a baby, and it's over. Action is a helpful tool. For Vedanta, action is what will give you a quiet mind, will give you that inwardness, will give you a purity, will give you a sense of strength to look at these ideas and make them meaningful. That's for Vedanta. That's what yoga is. I'm just going to finish here in a minute. The 8 limbs go up to dharana. Dharana, dhyana, samadhi. We stop at the ethical observances, the control of mind, because that's preparatory. But once you try to withdraw your mind from existence, it's arbitrary. It's unnatural. It's something. It's trying to withdraw from what exists. Vedanta just wants to know what is. It doesn't want to change anything. You're fine just the way you are. Okay, I'm going to end there just because 5 minutes. I thought I was escaping. Now I have 5 more minutes. Please, if anybody has a question, let's give me a break here. Let's.
Okay, I would like to know, how do you do it when you practice? How do you transfer the knowledge of Vedanta more to really feeling and experience? What kind of techniques do you use? Do you understand my question?
I do. Do you get it? Vedanta is about self-study. Try to understand what exists right here and now. It requires a teacher because it's so counterintuitive. You know, if I tell you that you're all tomatoes, you know, you've never heard that from anybody else. That's not something that, and it's not just hearing it. You may believe it hearing it, but when you see somebody who's established in this, it becomes real to you. You know that it's a definite possibility. The doubts in your mind about being, you know, vegan tomatoes, my hair is, I can tell you lots about whatever is empirical that I could see and sense and touch and reason about. But the self is never an object. The one thing I forgot to say is the most important thing. The self, the body is an object. The mind, the thoughts, I know my thoughts, they're objects to me, aren't they? I can know them. I can tell you about I can go to a psychologist and he'll tell you all about your thoughts. But nobody can know the subject. Nobody can know consciousness. Why? Because it's not an object. It will never become an object. If you try to look at the subject, you're turning it into an object. It's not the subject. Is it right? And the object, the body, the mind, will never be the subject. It's a mistake. It's a perversion. It's an illusion. It's superimposition born of ignorance that is born of indiscrimination. Okay? So you read the texts, you listen to the teachers, and you reason. Vichara is inquiry. You inquire into these things. You watch your body. It's not, watching your body is a yoga technique. Sakshi Bhava, they call it. Sakshi Bhava. In Patanjali, he speaks about that. In Vedanta, Sakshi is the self. You are the witness. Right now, you're witnessing whatever is in your mind. You're witnessing your emotions. You're witnessing your mood. You're witnessing your body. That's the nature. There's nothing you have to do. The problem is that the witness gets involved in the observation. Oh, I'm so sad. My God, my leg hurts. I'm getting a cramp in my foot. It's painful. It's me. My foot, it's I and mine. My body is who I am. You see? My wife. My pain. So we understand. That's all it is. It's inquiry. It's a very subtle path. It's a difficult path because everything we're used to doing through action. We're used to empirical observation, to taking what we can see. The externalization of the mind is human nature. Here we're turning it within. We're understanding that who we are is not that externalization. Scratching the surface, please, you know? If you want to know more, I'm starting a seminar tomorrow. You can all join in. It's a low cost, first come, first serve. We're happy to have all of you here. I'm joking, but you know, it's more than we can speak about here, and it really is not a common path. And what is common is it's commonly misinterpreted. There's a lot of mistake because this subject can't be known. It's not something that we can make as a subject of observation. So you have to go to an authority. What's the authority? The authority of these ancient texts and the great gurus. Yeah. Okay. Om Shanti. Thank you all. I appreciate your...
Thank you.
Om Shanti all.
Om. Thank you very much, Chandra.
Yeah.
That was really inspiring. Thank you.
Yeah.
For you guys, the information, so in 5 to 10 minutes, we're going to have here a yoga class in English with energizing practices taken from Kriya Yoga with Swami Bodhicitananda, if you're interested. Also, Bodhicitananda, genau. Also eine Yogastunde in Englisch gleich, startet in 5 bis 10 Minuten. Energetische Techniken aus dem Kriya Yoga mit Swami Bodhicitananda. Viel Freude dabei oder bei allem anderen. Hari Om.
But you are living in Himalaya now, you know that.
Yeah, but I have a roof.
And, okay.
I have a cave.
Yeah.
No, I got all into the rain coming from America first.
Yeah.
This is my second.
Oh, okay.
From that building to this building.
Yes, yes.
What to do?
Sorry.
What to do?
Yes, what to do?
I take a shower in the morning.
Yeah, will be better, huh? When you yes, yes, me too. But we need it, the nature.
But how do you demonstrate yoga postures with this on? It's on. It's on. How, like if you're doing scorpion pose or something and you got this thing on. No matter which direction you place your feet, God is there. Oh, I thought you didn't want your feet pointed toward the altar. Let's begin by chanting Om. Sahana vavatu, sahano bhunaktu, sahavirayam karavavahi, tejasvinavadittumastu, ma vidvishavahi. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Freedom, freedom, freedom. Om. So there's no translator today? Okay, that's why. Okay, I wasn't sure. Okay. So today we're going to start with the energization exercises of Paramahamsa Yogananda. I'm used to the translator, so I pause. Anyway, so the energization exercises are a series of 38 or 39 exercises, depending upon how you count them. And they're all done in standing position, which makes it, and they're very easy. Anyone can do them. Yogananda devised these. He came to America in 1920, and we had not had the Rishikesh yoga craze at that point across the world. So he devised a series of exercises that anyone can do and helps prepare, loosen the spine, get the prana moving, and get people ready to sit for meditation. That's the main purpose. Main purpose of yoga, main purpose of these exercises is always meditation. If you practice yoga and your intent is not really to meditate, you're just doing like physical exercises almost. So, I mean, they help purify your prana and stabilize your mind a little bit, but of course depends on how you do them. If you aerobic yoga is not going to stabilize your mind very well. But anyway, that's the main purpose of yoga in India. And in India, there's not all these different brands of yoga originally. It's just Hatha yoga, you know. So if they say, what type of yoga do you practice? We practice Hatha yoga. These things were devised for Western marketing kind of systems more. Anyway, but everything has its purpose and place. The exercises, Yogananda really stresses that these exercises are pranayama techniques. To learn to feel the prana, Yogananda says the prana comes in at the top of the spine, or at the medulla oblongata. You can really feel the prana very easily at the medulla oblongata in the back of the spine, back of the head. He says, when we do these exercises, we really try to feel the prana coming in and direct it consciously to various body parts for both relaxation and healing. Many of these exercises are based on tensing and relaxing various body parts. So when you tense and relax a body part, you tense it low, medium, and then high, and hold, vibrating with tension to a count of 3, and trying to feel the prana going there for that healing and relaxation. You try to isolate the particular body part to focus that energy there. It takes a little practice because a lot of these muscles people have never been aware of before, so it takes a little practice. Some of these are really takes concentration at first. In a lot of these exercises, there's also a breathing technique called double breathing. It is a short breath followed by a long breath. On inhalation, you inhale through the nose. Short followed by a long. Hold to a count of 3. And then exhale through the mouth. Short followed by long. With the sound of ha. It's been proven at the University of California, Los Angeles to bring more oxygen into the system and to expel more carbon dioxide. So these exercises, when we're learning them, take quite a while at first, but eventually, once you know them, you can do them in 15-20 minutes. You can do them pretty much anywhere. You don't need a yoga mat or anything, just standing there doing them and in one spot. So that's very useful. So I guess we should start. So come into standing position. And people can either practice these before meditation, or yoga before meditation, or both. Sometimes I do the energization and then yoga. Like maybe today, it depends on how much time we have at the end. We might do some asanas. I'd like to. Let's see. All right. We start with the prayer to Divine Mother as Shakti. Divine Mother, it is Thou who dost directly sustain our bodies. Awaken within us conscious will, conscious health, conscious vitality, conscious realization. O eternal youth of body and mind, abide in us forever and forever. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Amen. And then just watch me at first and then start the first one. So the first exercise is called double breathing with tension. We exhale double breathing and relaxed through the mouth. Exhale, bending the knees. Hold to a count of 3, and then tensing and inhaling, double breathing. Straightening the legs and tensing the entire body. Okay. Exhale, double breathing. Inhale. Close your fist and tense the entire body. Relaxed. Completely tense the body. Relax. Einatmen. Exhale. Once more. Second exercise, hands on the hips for calf recharging. We're going to lift the left leg up. Yogananda said we start on the left side because prana moves from left to right, from Ida to Pingala, from the moon to sun. Tense the lower leg as you're pushing the leg forward. Calf muscles tensing, going forward and relaxing back. Tense forward, relax back. Tense anspannen, inspannen. Anspannen, inspannen. Other side, tensing forward, relaxing back. Relax down. Left side, ankle rotation. Reverse. Right side, ankle rotation. Reverse. Relax down. Next exercise is calf and forearm, thigh and upper arm. We tense the calf and the forearm at the same time. We start with the left and then the thigh and the upper arm. We do it three times left, 3 times right, 3 times both. Calf and forearm left, anspannen, tensing. And don't make a fist. You're only tensing the forearm and the calf muscles. Thigh and upper arm. If anybody has a question, they can tell me. Left, calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Place your awareness inside the body part. Calf and forearm, left. Thigh and upper arm. Right side, calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Calf and forearm, right. Thigh and upper arm. Both, Baita Saita, calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Calf and forearm. Thigh and upper arm. Relax. So just so you know, the yoga tradition of Hatha Yoga and all these kind of practices originated with Matsyendranath and Gorakhnath, the Nath yogis, and they lived in the forest. Traditionally, yogis lived in the forest with animals, and they observed animals and very closely, and they found certain things that animals do that they took and made into the yoga system. And of course, you know, many of these postures are named after animals from watching animals' movement. But another thing animals do, all animals do stretching. They stretch and they yawn. So that is Kriya Yoga. Kriya Yoga is the lazy man's direct path. So we do stretching, and the Kriya Yoga pranayama is built upon yawning. Opening the throat brings more prana in. That's what you do. When you yawn, you open the throat. And inhale. That brings more prana into your system. I mean, Kriya Yoga is more developed than that, but that's what it's based on, actually. So, all right, the next exercise is chest and buttocks. Tensing the chest and the buttocks. Left. I'm speaking Hindi. You understand? Chest and buttocks.
Just one side.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Yes, that's the part you're missing. Left side, chest and buttocks. Right. Left. If we don't tell you the breathing, it's normal, right? Left. Right. Again, left. Right. 3-part back recharging. Tense the lower left next to the kidneys. It takes practice. Lower right. Middle left. Do I do what? We'll try not to. You want to isolate that middle, but you might have to a little bit.
Which part now?
Middle right. Upper left, next to the shoulder blades. Upper right. Again, lower left. Lower right. Middle left. Middle right. Upper left. Upper right. Okay. The only animal they've never witnessed yawning is a giraffe. Place the hands on the shoulders for shoulder rotation. Keep the arms parallel to the floor. The focus is on the shoulders. So it's not like a chicken trying to fly. It's shoulder rotation. Reverse. Number 8 is throat recharging. We tense the front left. Front right. Front. relax. This exercise is very good for toning the lymph glands, the thyroid, the voice box, and stimulating the Vishuddha chakra. It's very powerful practice. So we'll do it 2 more times. Front left, tensing. Front right. Front. Front left. Front right. Front. Number 9 is neck recharging up and down. First, we drop the chin to the chest in relaxation. And then as we slowly lift the head, we tense the neck coming up. When we get to the top, we relax and drop. We do most of these exercises 3 to 5 times each. Next exercise, number 10, is neck rotation. We start with small circles with slight tension to support the neck. Reverse. Reverse large circles without tension. Reverse. Next exercise is spinal twisting. We place the hands like this. They're closed but relaxed, close to the body. And then we're going to quickly twist the upper body in one direction and the lower body in the other direction. Some people have a hard time with this. You got to bend your knee to push your hips. Bend your knee to push your hips. Your knees not bending, your hips are not moving. But I won't focus on you too much. You might get embarrassed. So, opposite. Just make sure you're going opposite, against the knee. Some people want to go, I can't do that. Okay. Thank you. Spread the feet a little bit apart. Place the hands on the hips. Keep the hips stable. And we're going to rotate the upper body. It's not the hips moving, so it's not like Hawaii. Reverse. Side to side. Now we do a forward and back spinal adjustment. So we're going to use the thumb And this knuckle here on both hands to try to make a place to press each vertebrae one at a time. So we're going to start from the bottom. First, watch me, the first one. And we bend forward, then press and go up on the toes. And then go to the next vertebrae. Go ahead and start. One vertebrae at a time. Go up on your toes when you push. No, when you push. When you go up like this. Yeah, that time. And try to go all the way up to your neck. And if which, going to their neck or doing this exercise? If I ever am working in the garden or doing carpentry work at my ashram in Himalayas, and I get a backache, I do this 3 or 4 times and my backache's gone. It's really a good practice. All right, next exercise is upper body rotation. We bring the hands in front of us, they're closed but relaxed. And as we turn to the right, we bring the left hand to the chest and swing back and forth. Let me see where I'm at here. Okay. 12. Okay. Memory stimulation is the next exercise. Number 16. Memory stimulation. Oh, sorry. Well, I do it pretty good, but don't do it to other people, just do it to yourself. Don't say, when your wife can't remember something, don't start doing this to her. Scalp massage with the fingertips now, in a circular direction. Now, medulla oblongata massage, we use 3 fingers of each hand to massage the medulla oblongata in a circular direction. Reverse the direction. And then press in the center and tense the neck, and then relax and drop the chin to the chest. And then begin again, massaging. Press in the center, tense, relax and drop. Next exercise is biceps recharging. Clasp the hands on top of the head. Tense the left bicep. Linke bicep. Anspannen. Linke bicep. Links. Recht. Linke Seite. Rechte Seite. I can't say rechte.
And the hands are pressing the head?
They're relaxing. It's only the biceps. Once more left and right. Next exercise, number 20, is the most important one of all. 4-part body recharging. We first inhale with double breathing and tense the entire body fully, hold vibrating with tension to a count of 3, and then exhaling double breathing. Inhale double breathing and tense. Once more. Second part, we tense each body part one at a time. Start with the left foot, tensing the linke Fuß anspannen. Right foot, place your awareness inside and try to direct the prana there. Left calf muscle, lower leg. Right lower leg. Left thigh. Right. Left buttocks. Right. Unterbauch. Oberbauch. Stomach. Left hand. Right hand. Left forearm. Right forearm. Left upper arm. Right upper arm. Left side of chest. Right side of chest. Left side of neck. Right side of neck. Front of neck. Back of neck. This time we exhale, stick the tongue out, open the eyes, and tense the face. Again. Parts 3 and 4. As we inhale with double breathing, we start from the left to the right, coming up until the entire body is tense and we're holding our breath with full tension, looking at the spiritual eye. For a count of 3, then as we exhale double breathing, we drop the chin to the chest and release from right to left down. Does everybody understand that?
Tense from the left to the right.
Tensing from left to right up until all of it is tense. But don't focus on it too much, just generally. Once again. I need to hear that double breathing in you guys. I didn't hear double breathing much. Okay, next exercise is weightlifting in front. Tensing, relaxing. Tensing, relaxing. Tensing, relax. Tense, 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 relax. Okay, so I forgot to talk a little bit about what we did, the 4-part body recharging, number 20. Originally, that was the only exercise. My Kriya Yoga guru, Swami Gyanananda Giri, he's originally from Switzerland, but in 1952 he walked to India after reading Yogananda's book, Autobiography of a Yogi, and he never returned. He was a monk in Yogananda's organization, and he said at that time, number 20 was the only exercise they had. In America, they had the others, but they had been added gradually by Yogananda. That exercise, Yogananda says, when you wake up in the morning, don't get out of bed immediately. Do the 4-part body recharging, tensing and relaxing the body and the different body parts to prepare yourself for the day and throw off any tamas or sluggishness, sleep. And you can do it any time during the day. Nobody knows what you're doing. People sometimes say, well, I have children and I can't meditate, or I work in the office, I can't do this. And I finally tell them, you have a bathroom. No one will disturb you. If you can't just meditate or do your like this, you can go in the bathroom for 10 minutes, you know. Think of God sitting on the toilet, you know. Think of God everywhere. Wherever you can go and think of God and do spiritual practice, do it. It doesn't matter where you are. But that's a place where people like mothers can usually get at least a little privacy for a little while. You know, my guru Swami Chidananda, his photo is not up here, the successor of Swami Shivananda in Swami Shivananda's organization. When people told him, I don't have time, I have my family there, he said, you sleep less. Get up before everyone else and just sleep a little less. If that's what you have to do, you know. But even in the office, nobody's going to know what you do if you just tense and relax your body. Anyway. All right, so double breathing with tension, elbows bent. Exhaling, double breathing, relaxing. Then tensing, inhaling. Tense the entire body. Once more. I have to remember where I'm at. Okay, from the shoulders, tensing, relaxing. Tensing, relaxing. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Arm rotation, small circles. Reverse. Your hands are supposed to be relaxed but closed and pointing upwards. Relax down. From the forehead. Tense in front. Relax. Tense. 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 Relax. Relax down. Just think in these kind of exercises, you're putting tension on one side against tension on the other side. If you go to a gym and you're just lifting a weight, it's only the weight. But here we're using our muscles to resist this movement. We've got tension on both sides, really. So it's cheaper than going to a gym, and it exercises more muscles. All right, finger recharging. To the sides. In front. Above. Relax down. Four-part arm recharging. Tense, relax. Tense, relax to the sides. Tense, relax to the chest. Tense in front, relax. Tense to the chest, relax. Tense up and inhale, double breathing. Go up on your toes. Go up on your toes. I didn't hear people do inhalation. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense to the chest, relax. Tense in front, relax. Tense to the chest, relax. Tense up. Inhaling, double breathing. Again, tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense, relax. Tense in front, relax. Tense to the chest, relax. Tense up. Double breathing, inhaling. Single arm raises with tension. Left. Inhale and tense the left arm up. Go up on your toes. Right. Left. Right. Left. Okay, I want to show you one thing. It's not this. It's this, because you're tensing these muscles. Okay? Right. Tense. Left. Because somebody made a mistake, you have to do 2 more rounds. Okay. Spread the feet a little bit apart for lateral stretching. Place the hands at the side. And then lateral stretch. Slide one hand down for support towards the knee. Try to keep the arms straight. Other side. Walking in place 25 to 50 times. Try to get the knees up. Don't be a lazy yogi. Try to swing your arms with your movement. 35. Running, try to get the heels to your buttocks 25 to 50 times. This body's mortal father was a runner, and he often pointed out to me that cardiovascular is generally missing from yoga, cardiovascular work. So, and that's an important thing that needs to be in there somewhere. Now we're doing fencing. It's like this. We start with the left side. I'm going to tense my left side. I'm stepping forward. So this side is tense. I exhale, double breathing, step my right leg forward, my left arm, and bend my knee, and the left side is tense. And then hold the breath out. Don't go up there. That guy's going to have a sword and just hit you in the... Well, it's like fencing, you know. So, make sure the opposite arm and leg are forward. No, opposite arm and leg. No, her. Well, I didn't see you, but her. You're following her. That's why you're making mistakes. I want to kind of look around, make sure at least the opposite arm and leg are forward. Once more, one more round. Finish that round if you need to. Arm rotation with tension. We inhale as we tense the arm, going up, double breathing, and then exhale back and relax. Try to go back. What? Arms. Once more. Reverse. Once more. Number 34. Stomach exercise or Agnisara. We exhale, double breathing through the mouth, hold the breath out, go down, holding the breath out, and draw the stomach up into the chest and in and out to massage the internal organs. When you can't hold the breath out any longer, you inhale double breathing, come up, and exhale down, and do it again. So finish up that round. Now Yogananda has us repeat the first 3 exercises again. I don't know why, but he's the master. I don't always question these people. They know more than I do. There was once a disciple of Yogananda who was always confused, asking questions, and finally Yogananda just turned to him and said, "Follow me blindly." So sometimes we need to do that. That doesn't mean we give up our discrimination, but there are many things. I'll tell you, with Swami Chidananda and Swami Gyanananda, I found they work in a way we can't understand. They work, sometimes you don't see what's happening until many years later. Swami Chidananda, I'm like, what? And then like 10, 15 years, oh, that's what he was talking about. Because I wasn't at the point to understand. He planted a seed, Double breathing with tension. Calf recharging, left side, hands on the hips. Tensing forward, relaxing back. Ankle rotation. Reverse. Right side. Tense forward, relax back. Ankle rotation. Reverse. Leg rotation with relaxation, left side. Just relax the hip and the leg and just swing it. Reverse. Other side. Reverse. Last exercise. Place the hands in front of you. There's no tension in this exercise. It's relaxed. Inhale, double breathing. Draw the hands to the chest. Hold to a count of 3 and look at the spiritual eye. Exhale, double breathing. So once you learn these exercises, you can do them within 15 to 20 minutes. They don't take so long like this. Now, we have a half hour left, and we can go 2 ways. It depends on you, because, see, I'm programmed that when I finish my energization or yoga, I sit to meditate. So that's where my mind wants to go. Or we can do some Surya Namaskar and then sit for a little bit. What do you feel like? Good. So I'll teach you what I know, some few things I know of meditation. Okay, so let's sit. One thing I would like to show you first that helps us to meditate, one posture. Some of you know Mahamudra, right? Does anybody know Mahamudra? Well, we have 3 major knots in our spine where the energy gets trapped. You know, our spinal centers are where our emotions are. And our karmas are stored because our karmas are emotional. You know, so whatever shadows we have in the unconscious mind, these things are stored in our chakras. And things like Kriya Yoga or meditating on the chakras help to release some of that unconscious memories or karmas, whatever you want to call them. They're the same thing, because the mind is karma. The whole mind is karma, you know. Anyway, so there's 3 knots where emotions tend to get blocked. And the first one is at the Muladhara chakra, of course. The second one's the Anahata chakra. And the last one is here. So this is a practice to help release the knots at the Muladhara chakra, the emotions. So, you know, the Muladhara chakra is generally instinctive emotions like self-preservation, the desire. Oh, I can't see you anymore. I liked it with it on. Do we have to have it dark in here? Can you turn that back on for now? We want to do a practice. So, everybody knows Ujjayi Pranayama, right? So Ujjayi Pranayama is constricting in the throat. Like, I don't know if I can get that in the speaker. Excuse me. So Ujjayi Pranayama is a very powerful pranayama, and we're going to do that with this practice. You sit on the heel, clasp the hands here. Try to put your left heel on your Muladhara chakra if you can. And then we inhale with Ujjayi Pranayama. Then we hold it, look at our spiritual eye, drop our chin to the chest, and put our right leg forward, grab the big toe, and keep the chin to the chest, and holding the breath in, count to 6. Then we come up, grab our knee again, and exhale, Ujjayi Pranayama. After coming up, then we switch over. I'm wired. Then we switch over to the other side, inhaling Ujjayi Pranayama. Drop the chin to the chest, hold the breath out, look at the spiritual eye, grab the big toe, count to Om 1, Om 2, Om 3, Om 4, Om 5, Om 6. Then come back up and exhale, Ujjayi Pranayama. And then both. Chin to the chest, grab both big toes, Om 1, Om 2, Om 3, Om 4, Om 5, Om 6. Then come up and exhale. That's one round. Let's do one more round. Left foot under. Inhale, Ujjayi Pranayama. Drop the chin to the chest, hold the breath, leg forward, grab the big toe, Om 1, Om 2, Om 3, Om 4, Om 5, Om 6. Come up, exhale. Switch. Right leg under, right foot under. Inhale. And then left foot forward, hold the breath, chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha. Then come up. Oh, I did it too. I'm sorry. I didn't do it long enough. Om 1, Om 2, Om 3, Om 4, Om 5, Om 6. Come up and exhale. If you can't sit on your foot, you can at least put the foot close and try to press it on the perineum. Okay, then the last one, both legs. Inhale, Ujjayi. Hold the breath, go down, chin to the chest. Om 2, Om 3, Om 4, Om 5. Om 6, come up and exhale. Okay. Does anybody have any question? The spiritual eye. Always look here. You will see Devi. Devi, not Daddy. Devi. All right. So now we'll sit. Now we'll sit for meditation. Okay. I'll start with the prayer to the gurus. Heavenly Father, Divine Mother, beloved God, blessed gurus, Mahavatar Babaji, Paramahamsa Yogananda, beloved Guru Dev Swami Shivananda, Guru Maharaj Swami Chidananda, saints and sages of all religions, we humbly prostrate at thy holy feet. May thy love shine forever on the sanctuary of our devotion, and may we be able to awaken thy love in all hearts. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Let's start with 2 rounds of Kapalabhati. You do whatever number of Kapalabhati you want. So inhale and begin when you're ready. I'm not counting, it's according to what number you want to do and your own speed. Begin the second round whenever you're ready. Then we're going to continue practicing Shambhavi Mudra, looking at the spiritual eye, The Agya chakra is the chakra that harmonizes all of the other lower chakras. It is the master chakra for harmonization and purification. It is the chakra associated with the mind, with the higher mind really, developing discrimination. Vivek is at the Agya chakra. That's the point where we can see the light. We look there, we feel a pulling sensation at the spiritual eye, and we begin to see a diffuse golden light. Look into that light. That is the light of your own self. And then we begin breath meditation. When we place our awareness on the breath naturally begins to slow down because the breath is the manifestation of prana. We're actually meditating on the prana by meditating on the breath. And so the heart slows down also because it's the manifestation of the movement of prana also. And the mind is just the prana in movement. When we slow everything down, the prana starts to withdraw from the mind to rest in its natural state, the self. That is the key to Raj Yoga Pranayama and to Kriya Yoga. We're going through the back door using the prana to gain control of the mind. Don't change the breath in any way, simply be observing it coming and going and keeping the eyes lifted upwards. take 2 more minutes. Now we want to do pranic healing for others. Think of someone you know who may be in need of healing of either body, mind, or soul. Then we're going to send prana to that person, whichever person you're thinking of. Now rub the hands together, generating prana in the hands. Divine Mother, Thou art omnipresent. Thou art in all Thy children. Manifest Thy healing presence in their bodies. Sending healing to that person. Now we're going to do for healing of the mind. Rotate the hands together like this, generating a ball of prana. Divine Mother, Thou art omnipresent. Thou art in all Thy children. Manifest Thy healing presence in their minds. And think about healing, going to that person for their spiritual healing. Rub the palms together again, generating prana. Divine Mother, Thou art omnipresent. Thou art in all Thy children. Manifest Thy healing presence in their souls. Then think of someplace on the planet that we should send prana to for world peace, for healing and world peace on the planet. And raise your hands. And for closing closing, let's chant Om 3 times. Shanti, Shanti, Shanti. Om Freedom, Freedom, Freedom. Om. Thank you for coming. Thank you. Thank you for being a yogi. We need more yogis in this world.
One more question, Swamiji. By this type of meditation you have told us, would you say repeat a mantra or not repeat a mantra by watching the breath?
Well, there's directions you can go after this. I was just giving a foundation. Yeah, if you're initiated into a mantra japa, you do your mantra. If you're initiated into Kriya Yoga, you practice Kriya Yoga. There's different things. Or if you're initiated into both, in an hour here, then you do both. So it just depends on where you're, I mean.
Earlier, every time I repeated my mantra, I was controlling the breath.
No, try not to control your breath.
Just let the mantra flow with the breath.
Well, if you can do it with the breath without controlling your breath, yes. If you have a problem, then don't worry about doing it with the breath. Mainly if you're doing japa, think of God.
That's the best teaching. I'm glad to see you healthy, Swamiji.
Thank you. Where's your wife? I forgot her name now.
Shakti.
Yeah, where's she?
She's